Your name?
Your name. Yeah.
Yes, I know how to look at I look at this. Please just like you want. So I say I got two touches. That's not the ones that I have.
No. Humberto Márquez. Humberto Márquez.
Before we get started, and I'm waiting for the 9 o'clock hour in case somebody logs in via Zoom. Or if someone shows up at 8:59 and 59 seconds, they can hear the information that everyone needs. Kind of the way this works is after I go over your rights to a criminal defendant, this is each of you has the same right. And then I will ask you about how you want to be represented. And you have three options. You can hire an attorney, you can request court appointed counsel, or you can waive your right to an attorney, and I'll go over what all three entail when I call your individual case. And just the way I like to operate is I give those that appear in person first go around, those that are on Zoom, we do after, unless I have an attorney that's representing and they have schedules in other courts. I don't know that that's anyone has one yet today. And so whoever gets to go first, and I try to go with who got here first, and that would be Mr. Borrego. Watch how we deal with his case. You're the guinea pig, Mr. Borrego. So watch how his case goes, because that's how everyone's case will go with some leniency. So when I call your individual case, I'm going to ask you to come up. The first thing I will ask you again, and probably more than once, is did you hear and understand the rights as I advised you? And if not, it's okay to say you didn't or you missed something. Let me know and we'll go over them again. Mr. Gallegos, I have 9 a.m. I believe we have individuals here to start our day. Are we muted on Zoom?
We are not meeting anymore now.
All right, I'm going to go over, first off, when we start the record. Good morning. I'm going to go ahead and start if you want to interpret Ms. Chavez, and when I start, there will be pauses while I allow the interpreter to catch up. Good morning, this is May 21st, 2024 in Kearny County District Court. Judge Walters presiding. This is the first appearance traffic and criminal docket for this day. First thing I will do is go over the rights, a statement of rights to and of criminal defendants. We are on the record, so there will be a recording of this for future reference if needed. This statement is intended to inform you of your rights as a defendant. This is not an exhaustive list of every right you possess and is not intended to be. I'm reading from number 1. You have the right to a formal reading of each of the charges against you, as well as a reading of the potential consequences in the event of conviction. You have the right to a speedy and public trial. You are innocent until the state has proven your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Ustedes son culpables, que ustedes culpables, señora.
You do not have to prove your innocence.
Ustedes no tienen que probar su inocencia.
You have the right to have an attorney represent you at every stage of the proceeding. If you cannot afford an attorney, the court may appoint one for you. If you waive your right to an attorney, you may reassert it at any time. You have the right to confront and cross-examine the witnesses of the state. You can also present witnesses of your own and compel their attendance if necessary. You have the right to remain silent with the power to decline or refuse to make any verbal or written statement to the prosecution. You have the right to testify, but only if you choose to do so. On the second page, I'm going to read special considerations for non-citizens. I don't know if this applies to your particular situation, but I will read it for everybody. Conviction of a crime can adversely affect the immigration status of any individual who is not an American citizen. This applies to all convictions, including most traffic offenses. Receiving a diversion can constitute a conviction for immigration purposes. Adverse effects to your immigration status may be significant. These include the potential revocation of your immigration status and or the ordering of your deportation. Because of the potentially severe consequences resulting from a conviction, you are entitled to an opportunity to discuss the potential impacts of a conviction with an immigration attorney.
Tener la oportunidad de discutir con un abogado especializado en asuntos migratorios.
You need to discuss the potential consequences of a conviction with an immigration attorney does not constitute an exercise of your right to counsel. You are not entitled to the appointment of an attorney solely to address potential immigration. And as I said before, when I call each case individually, the first thing I will ask is if you understood and heard your rights.
Y also, también si hay preguntas acerca de esto, las funciones jurídicas, hacer el momento para hacerlas y entre las preguntas.
Very well. First case I will call, and I'm calling it based on who arrived first. This is Kearny County District Case 2024 TR 141, State of Kansas versus Abel Duarte Borrego. Mr. Borrego, could you remove your cap and come forward, please?
Quitarte la registration.
Good morning. Are you Abel Borrego? And this is Ms. Chavez. She will be assisting you with as an interpreter. Are you having any trouble hearing or understanding me through Ms. Chavez? Sir, this is May 21st, 2024 in Kearny County District Court. This is case number 2024 TR 141. And you, sir, are here on a 2-count complaint filed by the Kearny County Sheriff's Office. Count 1 is illegal registration in violation of Kansas Statute 8-142.
What was the number?
8-142. That is an unclassified non-person misdemeanor. A person convicted of an unclassified non-person misdemeanor could be sentenced to up to 30 days in the Kearny County Jail. In order to pay a fine of not more than $500. And I say up to and not more than because those are the maximum allowable penalties. Those are not the penalties that would be imposed. That's more dependent upon prior criminal history and other circumstances. And if I didn't already ask this, did you understand your rights as they were read and explained?
Yes.
Do you understand the first charge and the potential penalty?
Yes.
I've gotten a little out of sequence, but I forgot to ask the rights question first. So the second charge is violation of 41-3104. No proof of liability insurance. That is a Class B non-person misdemeanor. A person convicted of a Class B non-person misdemeanor could be sentenced to up to 6 months in the Kearny County Jail. Receive a fine of not more than $1,000.
pero no entendí.
And again, the up to and not more applies.
Y también eso es lo que aplica la ley.
There is a potential mandatory minimum fine for a conviction of no liability insurance.
Hay es mandatorio una multa específica por no tener aseguranza.
Do you understand that charge as I read it explained to you?
Tengo los cargos que se puedan ver. Yes.
Y preguntarle cuando ahí tengo, por favor, yo tengo dos cargos aquí me sale,
Dígame otra vez.
dos cargos me sale,
Sí.
el segundo la aseguranza, el primero por fuera.
He's asking for the first charge.
First charge was illegal registration, showing that tag to be suspended.
Registración ilegal porque la chapa que traían estaba vencida. He don't think it was
Or expiring,
Okay, my citation shows suspended, you're showing expired.
no, I'm just saying that it was expired or suspended.
Whether or not he agrees with the charge is something we will discuss later in his hearing.
durante esta audiencia. Pero por el momento no puede pelear. Pues, no, sí lo puede pelear, pero no dice preciso momento. Nada más él está informado de los casos con los que está. Ahorita más adelante pudiéramos hablar.
Sir, you have options regarding representation.
Él está explicando que usted tiene opciones para ser representado legalmente.
You may hire an attorney of your choosing.
Usted puede ocupar un abogado con su propio dinero.
If that's what you wish to do, I will give you time to get that done and bring you back on a future day.
Si eso es lo que usted quiere hacer, él tendría tiempo suficiente para que ocupe un abogado y inventar los puntos para un siguiente audiencia.
Y de lo contrario,
Esa es la primera opción. Son tres opciones que le valen.
If you would like to have an attorney but don't feel you can afford one, you may apply for court-appointed counsel.
Si usted quiere un abogado, pero no tiene el dinero para pagar un abogado con una obra mil, entonces usted puede aplicar para pedir un abogado de juicio.
If you request this option, you must fill out an application and a financial affidavit.
Si usted va por esta segunda opción de pedir un abogado que le represente, hay un cuestionario que hay que llenar.
You must meet certain financial guidelines to qualify for court-appointed counsel.
Para poder calificar para que el abogado de juicio haga un reglamento de sus finanzas, que es el que tiene que a ver si califica para ser abogado de juicio.
If you are appointed counsel or a lawyer and you are convicted of any charge, you may be required to reimburse some or all of your attorney's costs.
Si usted califica, le dan un abogado de juicio, cuando identificable de los cargos, si usted quisiera ser que tuviera que pagar parcialmente los honorarios, todo lo que cobra el abogado, parcialmente o el total de los honorarios.
And your third option is to waive your right to an attorney for today's hearing.
La tercera opción es que usted renuncie a tener un abogado.
If you waive your right to an attorney, that gives Mr. Gallegos the ability to discuss your case with you directly.
Si usted renuncia a tener un abogado, eso le daría la oportunidad de hablar con el señor Gallegos, el fiscal, para que hablaran sobre su caso.
If you waive your right to an attorney, you always have the right to change your mind and say you want an attorney for future hearings.
Si usted quiere renunciar por el momento y la usted todo el tiempo tiene el derecho a decir que no llegamos a un acuerdo.
y hablo con los
Él no es un abogado que representa, es el que está impulsando la ley. I need to explain to him, Mr. Gallegos. Who is Mr. Gallegos? He thinks Mr. Gallegos is going to represent him.
Okay. Mr. Gallegos is the state's prosecutor.
Oye, yo soy el fiscal.
Es el fiscal del estado, él es el que no forza la acusación que tiene contra usted. Él no lo puede representar. He doesn't have money to hire an attorney, and so he decided to apply for a appointed attorney.
Very well. Then what I will ask him to do is fill out the financial affidavit and application. And return it to the court later in the hearing, and we will evaluate his eligibility.
So lo que va a hacer después es dar una aplicación de la tabla de San Julio. Se puede llenar la aplicación y ya también la final nos avisa para ver si
What I would ask you to do, sir, is to step to the rear of the room, fill that out, and we will deal with your case when we get the others done, okay?
tienen la aplicación cuando la tenga lista nos avise y para que sí.
Muchas gracias.
And we are off record pending, receipt of payment. Thank you.
Todo se grabó, no hay un susto, no van a lo revisamos.
Muchas gracias.
Sí.
Sí, mira, aquí lo tengo.
We'll go ahead and call our second case. Get him in. Mr. Esquivel, if you come forward. And I think he speaks English, Ms. Chavez. You might need to help, Mr. Barretos, please.
He doesn't need an attorney. He doesn't need one.
Your Honor.
You got it right.
Okay, I'm dealing with Mr. Esquivel. We'll come back to him. If you guys need to talk about something or whatever, and do it quietly, and then we'll come back to him here shortly. Okay?
Sure. Thank you.
One moment, Mr. Esquivel, while I put this key in. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
We are on the record. It's May 21st, 2024. This is Kearny County Court Date 2024, TR 117, state of Kansas versus Eric J. Esquivel. You are Mr. Esquivel, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you having any trouble hearing and understanding me today?
No.
You were present when I went over rights 2 and of criminal and traffic defendants, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you hear and understand each of your rights?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir. This is a first appearance, which is continued from May 7th. You are here today on a 1-count complaint filed by the Kearny County Sheriff's Office. That count being illegal registration to expire in violation of Kansas Statute 8-142. That is an unclassified non-person misdemeanor. A person convicted of an unclassified misdemeanor could receive a jail sentence of not more than 30 days in the Kearny County Jail, a fine of not more than $500, or any combination of the two. I said up to and not more, those are maximum allowable penalties. They are not necessarily penalties that would be imposed upon conviction. That is based more likely on prior criminal history and other factors. Do you understand the charge of potential penalties?
Yes.
You have the right to be represented today. Your first option is to tell the court you wish to hire your own attorney. If that's the case, I will give you a future date in order to get that done Your second option is to request court-appointed counsel. If you wish to do so, you must fill out an application and financial affidavit. You must meet certain financial guidelines to qualify for court-appointed counsel. And if convicted, you could be required to reimburse some or all of the attorney's fees. Your third option is to waive your right to an attorney for today's hearing and speak with Mr. Gallegos directly. And that allows the two of you to try to come to some resolution. If you waive your right to an attorney today, always have the right to change your mind and tell the court you would like an attorney for future hearings. Do you understand your rights as to be represented?
Yes, sir.
How do you wish to proceed today?
Just waive my right. I would like to talk to Mr. Gallegos.
Very well. Is anyone forcing you to waive your right to an attorney?
No,
Is anyone promising you any lenience or anything in exchange for?
I was wishing we could get this worked out
Okay.
without having.
Very well. The court finds you knowingly and voluntarily waive your right to an attorney, and it reminds you that you can always change your mind at any time and tell the court you want an attorney, okay?
Understandable.
Thank you. We are pausing the record. Mr. Gallegos, would you like to speak with Mr. Escobar or set this for a future date?
We can get this taken care of right now, Your Honor.
All right, we are pausing the record.
Judge Walters, do we have to sign this?
No, that's for me. I'll fill it out.
Okay, okay.
Mark which one applies. And some, please.
If I would just, I waive the right. Okay.
That right, Your Honor?
Yeah. Thank you.
This is the way I did use with no registration. Okay. Where was that? Maybe it was so you're supposed to do registration. No work with, and also if you come after getting it, city prior to. After all the.
Mr. Laura, can you hear me?
You got it roughly.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have noted your appearance on Zoom. You logged on a little later after I some information.
Okay.
What I usually do is I go over, I hear all the cases for those that are appearing in person, then I go to the Zoom appearances, so you're kind of about fourth in line. But I will let you know that I do see you there.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's $60 and 100 pence, so $160.
And then I was told there's a possibility, because I paid $500.
Do you want that to be used to pay the
Yes.
done, and then the rest?
John, if I can take cash for it, they would rather have that. Whatever's in the use of that.
Okay, we'll do it that way.
Well, just take it out.
Just take it out of that notary training line, just before you leave it, make sure you pay what you have to. It's mating.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
We are back on the record. Yes, Mr. Gallegos.
we reached an agreement, the state of Mr. Escobar, in which the defendant will be pleading guilty to the only count of expired registration. I believe that's a $60 fine. $108 court costs. We will have no underlying. He will have 30 days to pay. However, he informed me that he posted a $500 bond. Did you post it or someone else posted?
I did.
If he posted it, the state's gonna, or he's asking that that his bond be used to pay for the court costs and fines. And rights of appeal and expungement, Your Honor.
Mr. Escobar, the state or through Mr. Gallegos has informed the court you've reached an agreement, is that correct?
Correct.
Is anyone forcing you to enter into this agreement today?
No,
Is anyone promising you anything in exchange for entering into this agreement other than just having this case being resolved?
no, I'm just having it resolved.
Okay, and finally, and this is something I'll ask everybody if you get to this set point, are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or stressors that would make you unable to make good decisions today?
No, I'm not.
Very well, then the court finds that you are knowingly and competently entering into this agreement. And I will ask you, as to count one, illegal registration, how do you wish to plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no
I
contest?
will plead guilty for expired tax.
Very well, and before I can accept your plea, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. On or about April the 3rd, were you stopped by a Kearny County Sheriff's deputy and issued a citation?
Correct.
At that time, were you driving a 2008 Nissan four-door?
Yes.
At the time of that stop, when you were driving, did that vehicle have a current registration?
No, it did not.
Very well, and did this occur in Layton, Kansas?
Yes, on Buffalo Street.
Very well, the court takes judicial notice that Layton, Kansas is within Kearny County, finds factual basis, accepts your guilty plea, and finds you guilty of illegal registration. Prior to going to sentencing, is there anything you would like to tell the court?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you, sir. Then the court will sentence you per the agreement. You will be fined $60 for illegal registration. Fined ordered to pay court costs in the amount of $108. You will have no underlying jail sentence, and you will be given 30 days to pay the fines and court costs. It's court's understanding that you posted a cash bond and you would like that applied toward the fine and court costs. Is that correct?
Correct.
Very well. The court will order that bond be released to you after, or the remainder of that bond be released to you after payment of the fines and court costs from that bond. Mr. Escobar, as a result of this conviction and sentence, you have certain rights to appeal. You may appeal if you believe that there is something in error with how this was handled today or in the sentence that was imposed. If you wish to file an appeal, it must be done in writing and it must be done within 14 days. If the clerk of the district court does not receive your written appeal in writing within 14 days, you waive your right to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
And finally, you do have the right to seek an expungement of this conviction at a future date. An expungement is a court process that removes this conviction from your record for certain purposes. Information on expungements can be found at the Kansas Judicial website or Judicial Council website, and the process for expungements varies depending on the type and severity of the charge being expunged. Do you understand your rights to seek an expungement?
Yes.
Do you have any questions regarding the court regarding anything we've done today?
Not at this time.
Mr. Gallegos, do you have anything further or anything the court can cover?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. If nothing further, we are adjourned. Thank you for your appearances in this matter, and we are off the record.
Your registration ends May 31st, I please.
Right.
I got it. Okay, just make sure it doesn't happen again, because then I can't guarantee you that I'm gonna. I work for people who like call themselves these, so just try to understand that they never get in like. Sorry, reaching out. Thank you. Okay. Good night, man. All right. Have a good day. You too.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfeld. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Walters.
Ms. Legg, I think you're the next batter.
Better.
This is a new case.
He's, apparently it hasn't reached your office, but he's on the. It's, Mrs. Legg's. No, if you're not an attorney, you have to stay.
My legal attorney, my legal counsel. How are you today? So true.
All right, well, on the record, yes. Good morning, you're Janine Lake.
Yes, sir, I am.
This is March 21st, I'm sorry, May 21st, 2024, in Kearny County District Court. This is state of Kansas versus Janine M. Legg, Kearny County District Court, case 2024 TR 112. I'm sorry, 122. Should have changed screen while I'm reading. We are on the record, Ms. Legg. You were here when I went over the rights to and criminal and traffic defendants, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you hear and understand each of your rights as they pertain to you?
Yes, I did.
As they pertain to you today?
Yes, I did.
All right, you are here today on a 3-count complaint. It appears is there a third count? There is a third count. 3-count complaint issued by the Kearny County Sheriff's Office. Count 1 is driving while license canceled, suspended, or revoked in violation of Kansas statute 8-262. That is listed as a Class C non-person misdemeanor. A person convicted of a Class C non-person misdemeanor could be sentenced to up to 30 days in the Kearny County Jail in order to pay a fine of not more than $500. I say up to and not more because those are the maximum allowable penalties. They are not necessarily the penalties that would be imposed. That is more likely based on prior criminal history and other circumstances. Your second count is an expired registration in violation of Kansas statute 8-142. That is an unclassified non-person misdemeanor. If convicted, you could receive the same potential jail sentence and fine up to 30 days, up to $500 on that, with the same up to and not more than fine.
Sure.
And finally, your count 3 is a defective tail lamp on a motor vehicle in violation of Kansas statute 8-1706. That is an infraction. A person convicted of an infraction could be ordered to pay a fine and court costs. Do you understand the 3 charges against you and their potential penalties?
Yes, sir, I do.
Very well. As you may have heard previously, you have options today regarding representation. Your first option is you can hire an attorney of your choosing to represent you. If you choose this option, I will set this for a future date for value to make those arrangements. The second is to request court-appointed counsel. In order to qualify, you must meet certain financial eligibility requirements, and you must fill out the application and an affidavit regarding your finances. If you are appointed an attorney and are later convicted of anything arising out of this case, you may be required to reimburse some or all of your attorney's fees. Finally, you have the opportunity or the option to waive your right to an attorney for today's hearing. That gives you the opportunity to discuss your case directly with the prosecutor, Mr. Gallegos, to see if you can come to some resolution on your own.
Sure.
If you waive your right to an attorney for today's hearing, you always have the right to change your mind and tell the court you want an attorney for future hearings. Do you understand your rights to counsel?
Yes, I do, sir.
How do you wish to proceed today?
I'm gonna waive my right to a lawyer.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
No, sir.
Is anyone offering you any lenience or anything in exchange for waiving your right?
No, sir.
Very well. Court finds you knowingly and voluntarily waived your right to an attorney and reminds you, you can always change your mind and tell the court you want an attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gallegos, would you like to speak with Ms. Lane now or set this for a future date?
I'll speak with Ms. Slade.
I will pause the record while you do so.
Mark, where you're. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I have my SR22, we've got my insurance taken care of, I got my registration done. I have quite a bit of fees to pay on the tickets. Never had tickets before in my life and all these, and I've got, it's a total amount of that I have to pay. If I could get a little bit of time to pay that off, it would be start of this, and that way we can take care of it.
You'll still have your general suspended, you'll still be
So
suspended.
Mr. Banshee, when
Once
you
this is
get done, you'll be
done,
next.
so that's the suspended. That's the fines for the suspended.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do.
That's the price for all of the tickets.
What's your insurance?
Insurance. That's the SS 22. Progressive information.
What's your insurance? So do you have insurance at the time of stop?
I did not at the time of the stop, no.
Okay.
But I do
Mr.
have.
Bregman's paperwork.
This is what I,
Yeah.
what I'm
Get
gonna
it,
get there.
and what's this gentleman's name?
Right now, this is a second. Martinez, I second.
Humberto Martinez.
Mr. Martinez, okay.
Jail sentence of 5 days up to a year. As it becomes a class A, okay.
Okay,
But the issue is that you have to spend 5 days when you live in our jail. Which they can beyond. Okay. So this is what I commend you on trying, I'm doing, trying to get this taken care of.
Mhm.
I'm gonna move this out 2 months.
Okay.
Okay. You get this taken care of, you get the proof that you're
And
and
who's that?
reinstated.
Okay.
I'll get rid of the federal suspended, but I probably won't get rid of the insurance.
Sure, sure, I understand.
So if you can get that done. That's the best I'll do. If you get any federal suspended, any infractions from here until then,
I won't
I'm fine with you go to them. I'll shut it, spend time for you. Okay.
understand.
Okay.
Never had to get it in my life until.
So I hear that every day.
I don't doubt that a bit.
So I'll move it 2 months.
Okay.
Make sure you get that done, and you're also gonna have to contact the Kansas Department of Transportation. Do that, I believe it's $100 or $150. Reinstatement fee. Show me proof of that. I just ran your record right now, to see if you were still out. Still suspended. You're still
I
suspended.
am until I have the fees.
So you
and I-
get that taken care of.
I'm on disability, so I have very limited income.
I understand that, but I can't do that.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I understand.
So we'll put it out 2 months.
Okay.
Make sure you do your part.
I will do it.
If it's not done by then,
It'll be done.
You're back on the record. You gotta go.
Your Honor, we're gonna move this out about 2 months.
I'm already blocked off 30, 60, 90-day increments. 60 days falls roughly with July 23rd, 2024, is that what it is?
July 23rd,
Yes.
I believe should work.
All right, we already have a case management conference at 9, so I'm setting this for 9:30.
Okay.
Ms. Legg, county attorney requested a future date. I have set this for July 23rd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay,
Okay. Couple of things may happen between now and then. If you're working with Mr. Gallegos on some sort of resolution, if it comes to fruition, you may not need to appear.
okay,
However, if you are unsure if it's come to fruition, or if your case is not done, you need to appear in court on July 23rd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Have any questions?
I do not, sir.
All right, Mr. Gallegos, do you have anything further at this time?
No, just that she stayed in contact with her office, Your Honor.
Very well. Make sure that if you change phone numbers or addresses, Mr. Gallegos can reach you and you keep in touch with him to make sure that the matter keeps moving.
Perfect.
If nothing further, we are adjourned as this matter until July 23rd, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, sir.
July 23rd,
July 23rd.
Give my office. Run on page.
I will call you and let you know how things are going. Thank you, Honor.
Thank you.
I don't do this for everyone, so
Thank you. Is there anything further?
You are excused, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Banshee, as promised, you are the next contestant.
Yeah, put it on.
You may. Good morning, Mr. Banshee.
Good morning, Judge.
This is May the 21st, 2024, Kearny County District 4, Judge Walters presiding. We are on the record. We are here today in case 2024 TR 145, State of Kansas versus Gary L. Banshee. Mr. Banshee, I am personally familiar with you, so I can attest that you are sitting in front of me. Are you having any trouble hearing or understanding me right now?
No, Your Honor.
You were present when I went over rights to and of criminal and traffic defendants, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you hear and understand each of your rights pertaining to your court case?
Yes.
You are here today on a 1-count complaint filed by the Kearny County Sheriff's Office. That count being unlawful or illegal registration to wit expired. That's in violation of Kansas Statute 8-142. That is an unclassified non-person misdemeanor. A person convicted of an unclassified misdemeanor could receive a jail sentence of not more than 30 days in the Kearny County Jail and or a fine of not more than $500. You probably heard me say with the others, those are the maximum allowable penalties. They are not always the penalties that are imposed. There are other factors that could determine that. You have options regarding representation today. Well, by representation, I mean whether or not you want an attorney. The first is you can hire an attorney of your own choosing. If you tell the court that's what you want to do, I will set this for a future date to give you time to get those arrangements made. Your second option is to tell the court you'd like an attorney, but you don't think you can afford one. If that's the case, I'll have you fill out an application and a financial affidavit. You must meet certain financial guidelines to qualify for a court-appointed attorney. If you receive court-appointed attorney and are later convicted of anything arising out of this charge, you may be required to reimburse some of or all of your attorney's costs. Finally, you have the right to waive your right to an attorney today. And if you waive your right to an attorney, then Mr. Gallegos is free to discuss your case with you directly so that the two of you can see if you can come to a resolution. If you waive your right to an attorney today, you always have the right to change your mind and tell the court you want an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you wish to proceed today, sir?
I'll go ahead and proceed representing myself.
And do you wish to waive your right to an attorney for today's hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is anyone threatening you or making you waive your right to an attorney?
No.
Is anyone promising you anything in exchange for waiving your right to an attorney?
No.
All right, the court finds that you have knowingly and voluntarily waived your right to an attorney and reminds you that if you change your mind and want an attorney, just let the court know.
Yes.
Mr. Gallegos, do you wish to speak with this individual or do you want to set this for a future date?
I'll speak to him right now.
All right, I will pause the record while you do so.
Right here, and then sign it.
State registration.
You have to take the work.
We'll go over that. Great.
Yeah, I forgot about it. I accept responsibility, but I went and took it and meet up as soon as I could.
You have to $160 on.
Yeah.
$160.
Okay.
You with that?
Yep.
Okay.
We're back on the record in 2024 TR 145.
We're gonna give it another 4 days, Your Honor.
Very well, how far out?
Put it for that July 23rd date. It should be done right today, but it's just basically just a formality.
Very well. Mr. Dancy, the county attorney has advised that parties need a future date. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Court will set your second appearance for July 23rd, 2024 at 9:45 a.m. You need to appear on that date and time unless your case is resolved. It's up to you to know whether or not your case is finished. If you're not sure, or if it's not finished, you need to appear on that date and time. You understand?
Yes.
Very well. The other thing I will tell you is keep in touch with the county attorney's office. If you have a phone number change or an address change, make sure that you're communicating so that if information needs to be exchanged, you don't miss each other, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Gagos, do you have anything further?
No, Your Honor. We put it for July
23rd at 9:45 a.m. Mr. Banji, do you have any questions of the court?
No, Your Honor.
Very well, nothing further. We are adjourned as to this matter until July 23rd. Thank you for your appearance.
Okay, thank you.
wait for the second.
Ms. Chavez, I tried to go through these in order. Would you ask Mr. Martinez, Humberto, if it's okay if I finish the case we started before him, or does he want his turn?
He wants to go ahead and be done. He don't wants to.
Have him come forward, remove his hat when he crosses the bar, and we'll get to you as soon as we're done with him. So, one second to add something to my list. All right, good morning. This is May 21st, 2024, Kearny County District Court. This is case 2024 TR 149. State of Kansas versus Humberto Martinez Reyes. Are you Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Is that the correct way to address you, Martinez or Martinez Reyes?
Martinez Reyes, okay.
Okay, thank you. Are you having any trouble hearing or understanding me through Ms. comments?
No.
No,
Very well. You were present when I went over rights to and of criminal and traffic defendants, is that correct? You understand each of your rights as I read them? Thank you. You are here today on a 3-count complaint filed by the Kearny County Sheriff's Office. Count one is no driver's license in violation of Kansas statute 8-235. That is a class B non-person misdemeanor. A person convicted of a class B misdemeanor could receive a fine of not more than $1,000 and be ordered to spend not more than 6 months in the Kearny County jail. Those are the maximum allowable penalties for that charge. Count two is transporting an open container of alcohol in violation of Kansas statute 8-1599. That is an unclassified non-person misdemeanor. If convicted, a person could receive a fine of not more than $500 and a jail sentence of not more than 30 days in the Kearny County jail. Count three is defective headlamps on a motor vehicle. In violation of Kansas statute 8-1705. 8-1705. That's traffic infractions, punishable by a fine and court costs. Do you understand the charges and potential penalties?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You have options to counsel, and I've gone over them several times today. You can hire your own attorney. I will give you time to do so if that's what you want.
Si eso es lo que usted quiere hacer, él le da tiempo suficiente para que vaya a buscar un abogado.
You can apply for a court-appointed attorney.
La segunda opción es que usted puede aplicar para que le den un abogado de justicia.
If you qualify, you would be appointed counsel.
Si usted califica para un abogado, les puede dar un abogado de justicia.
If convicted of anything arising out of this case, you may be required to reimburse some attorney fees. And your third option, you may waive your right to an attorney for today's hearing. If you waive your right to an attorney, Mr. Gallegos can then discuss your case directly with you.
Si usted renuncia al tenido ahora, si me Dios puede usted acercar su casa o recibir una igual.
If you waive your right, you always have the right to change your mind and request an attorney at a future date.
Si por favor, usted renuncia usted puede usar el tribunal y le da la oportunidad de tener un abogado.
You understand your rights to be represented.
Yes.
How do you wish to proceed today?
¿Cómo quiere proceder?
Yo quisiera tener hablar una conversación con al señor Gallegos y llegar a un acuerdo con él.
He waives.
Is anyone forcing or making him waive his right to an attorney?
¿Alguien lo forzó o lo obligó a llevar a la organización de ahora?
No,
No,
Is anyone promising him anything in exchange for waiving his right to?
alguien le hizo una promesa, si usted pronunció que tiene lugar en este momento.
no,
No,
Court finds you knowingly and voluntarily waive your right to an attorney
tribunal contempla que usted si usted sabe por esta estación de renunció a tener lugar en este momento, la acepta
and reminds you that if you change your mind and want an attorney, just let the court know.
y le recuerdo que si usted no quiere tener uno después, tiene todo el derecho a ir.
Very well, I will pause the record to allow you to discuss your case.
Lo siguiente,
Your pause.
Marca el que corresponde aquí. Después firma aquí.
ah, entonces, sí, me escucha.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
um, ¿puedo poner una licencia?
Sí, bueno, ya sería lo otro, pero asunto que la otra.
Tiene que ir un paso por paso. Primero de la licencia y luego de explicar el siguiente.
Ese es el día que definieron, ¿verdad?
Sí, ese día falta el día, pero ese día me mandaste, yo hice mis citas. Pero luego, la luz, yo no sabía que no funcionaba hasta que el policía me detuvo, me di cuenta que no funcionaba, pero ya tenía mi cita, pero el mismo día pasan licencia, lo que pasa, pues no me alcanzó a llegar para pasar la tarde, y todo, a lo que el policía me encontró, él quería, no quería como por parte como individual. Me hizo una prueba no es yo solo pasé.
Sí.
Pero él se apagó.
Well, the person on phone number 927-0493 identified.
Paso normal. Poniendo a cerveza. Yo iba al director de trabajo, ¿sí? Esa cerveza, ese líquido, sí, estoy de acuerdo.
Phone number
Cuando estaba trabajando en Villarra, se me quedó olvidado ese caso y no era ninguna carta, simplemente
And the telephone number is 927-0493 on Zoom.
por eso le estaba diciendo que era cosa como open container, ¿verdad?
Pues eso es lo único que yo puedo. Más bien, yo lo que tengo pensado es retirar una licencia te declaras culpable del open container y digo lo demás. Hay una sentencia de cárcel de 30 días, pero suspendidos por 120 días. Mientras que no violes la ley dentro de 120 días, se retira y paga todos los multas y todo, no va a haber nada de caso. ¿Estás de acuerdo?
No estoy de acuerdo, entonces no hay nada que pueda hacer de lo que puede.
En mi opinión, ahorita. Pero por parte del Estado. Ya si usted lo quiere pelear, lo puede poner,
24 TR 149,
pero
compared to
yo no
14 as rated.
cuando nosotros buscamos. Si usted se quiere declarar culpable del documento.
Está bien.
Ready whenever you're ready, Mark.
We are on the record in 24 TR 149. I should say we returned to the record. What are we doing, Mr. Gallegos?
Your Honor, the defendant will be pleading guilty to count 2. The remaining counts will be dismissed. Count 2 being the transport of the container. There'll be a 30-day jail sentence, suspended for 120 days, no law violations, 120 days to pay a fine of $100 and a court cost of $108. I believe that would be rights to appeal and expunge.
For confirmation, we are going to handle count 2, and you will dismiss 1 and 3.
Yes, and 120 days no law violation.
Thank you. Are we unmuted on Zoom?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez Reyes, the county attorney says you reached an agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Is anyone making you enter into this agreement?
No.
Is anyone promising you anything other than resolution of this case and some assistance with your charges to make you enter into this agreement?
I think de ofreció algo para que se acuerdo, aparte de que le van a quitar la licencia y la visa. No.
And do you think that this agreement with Mr. Gallegos is a good deal for you?
Yes.
Thank you. Very well, then the court will find you are knowingly and competently entering into this agreement. One final question. Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or stressors that make you unable to make good decisions today?
No,
Very well. Now I can find that you are competently entering this.
no,
Okay.
that's
As to count 2 of the complaint, transporting an open container,
acerca del cargo de que era abierto.
how do you wish to plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
Very well. Before I can accept your plea, I need to ask a couple questions.
Your Honor, I'll get factual. It's no contest.
Very well.
If we're to proceed with these charges.
1 second, Mr. Gallegos, I want to catch you. Mr. Gallegos has offered to do the factual basis. I was going to ask questions of him. That's why we're switching. If you want to let him know. Thank you. Okay, now you can go, Mr. Gallegos.
Your Honor, if we were to proceed with these charges, the state would show that on April 5th, 2024, that Mr. Humberto Martinez Reyes was operating a vehicle on US 50 mile 45, that he was legally stopped for a defective taillight, and upon inquiry an open container of alcohol was found in the vehicle.
Y encontró también encontrar que no contenido de bebida alcohólica destacado
And in the vehicle.
en el carro.
And that happened in Kearny County, Kansas, Your Honor.
Eso pasó en el condado de Kearny, en los Estados Unidos.
Do you agree with the factual basis Mr. Gallegos gave?
¿Está de acuerdo con el explico?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. Then based on the factual basis, the court finds you guilty of transporting an open container in violation of Kansas statute 8-1599. Prior to sentencing Mr. Martinez Reyes, is there anything you would like to tell the court?
Antes de que diga la sentencia, ¿hay algo que usted desea explicarle a tu hija?
Además, es si usted quiere decir algo
No
o
tiene
más
que
bien
hacer.
para la sentencia.
Pero como tú ya te expliqué cómo tú las cosas.
Tiene que contestarle a ambas.
Si no quieres decir nada al juez, está bien. No más directo.
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Very well. Then the court will sentence you per the agreement, 30 days in the Kearny County Jail suspended,
Suspendidos.
Suspended means you do not have to serve the time if you complete the remainder of the agreement.
Cuando él dice que está suspendido, no quiere decir que no va a pasar ni un día en encarcelamiento, siempre que siga con los reglamentos que tiene para el perdón que lleva.
The court fines you $100 for the violation,
El tribunal $100 multa por la violación del contenido
orders you to pay $108 court costs,
y le ordena pagarse $8 de cuartos de corte.
orders you to have no new law violations for 120 days,
Y le ordena violación de ley por 120 días.
and to pay all fines and costs within 120 days.
Se paga todos los costos de corte, las multas son un periodo de 120 días.
Do you have any questions about your fines, court costs, or the remainder of your sentence?
¿Tienen alguna pregunta acerca de los costos de corte, las multas o de lo del que tiene que hacer?
No.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Gallegos, what do you wish to do with counts 1 and 3?
I would state hereby dismisses count 1 of no driver's license as he has a valid driver's license now, and count 3 the inoperative pentagram.
Thank you. Those counts are dismissed. Mr. Martinez Reyes, you have the right to appeal this conviction and sentence if you choose to do so.
Usted tiene el derecho de hacer apelación a esta sentencia y a esta convicción si usted quiere hacerlo.
In order to appeal, you must file a written notice of appeal within 14 days.
Esa apelación necesita hacer una aplicación por escrito con esta corte.
If your written notice to appeal is not received by the clerk of the district court in 14 days, you have waived your right to appeal.
Si su apelación no está por escrito, no está adentro de la oficina dentro de 14 días, ahora tiene el derecho de hacer la apelación a su convicción y a su sentencia.
You also have the right to seek an expungement of this conviction.
También tiene derecho a sellar su récord.
Expungement is a court process that can remove this conviction from your record for some purposes.
Cuando usan sellar su récord, quiere decir que se sella su récord y se borra este caso para cosas de futuro.
Requirements for expungements vary depending on the type of conviction being expunged.
La reglas para poder sellar su récord y que pueda hacer esto en su futuro depende de la clase de delito de ejecutivo.
Information on expungements can be found at the Kansas Judicial Council website.
Y pueden encontrar el reglamento para sellar su récord en la página, web del distrito de la ley de la legislatura de Kansas.
Do you understand your rights to appeal and have your conviction expunged?
Todo lo que se les explicó acerca de la área acerca de sellar su récord. Yes.
Thank you. Do you have any questions about anything we've done today?
¿Alguna pregunta acerca de lo que se hizo aquí este día?
No.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Gallegos, we need to address bond in this matter.
¿Te arrestaron?
Mm,
¿Llevaron a la cárcel?
Sí, me mandaron al cárcel, pero
¿Usted pagaste para salir o?
me dejaron ir.
Okay, and the state will request that the bond be released, Your Honor.
To Mr. Humberto Martinez Reyes.
He says that they didn't pay.
I'm sorry, it's a no recognizance bond. I saw a bond and I didn't check him for very well.
Just that the bond be released.
No tuvo que pagar para salir de cárcel, ¿verdad?
No.
Thank you. All right, anything further, Mr. Gallegos?
Your Honor.
If nothing further, we are adjourned. Thank you for your appearance.
Sí, hermano.
All right, thank you.
Tienes 120 días para pagar las multas y todo, pero lo más pronto que lo pagues con
Aquí mismo me da aquí.
este es el caso y lo puedes pagar muy bien. Oh, what was the case number, Your Honor? 149?
No puede pagar. El problema es para los padres.
Este es el número del caso. Este es el número que puedes pagar por internet. Este es el condado. Esto es la cantidad. Okay.
Me 120 días.
Si hay problemas, pues, vas a estar en cárcel por 30 días. Okay.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Mr. Borrego, would you come forward, please? We are back on the record in Kearny County, case 2024 PR 141. State of Kansas versus Abel Duarte Borrego. Earlier, you advised the court you wanted to apply for a court-appointed attorney. I've since been notified that you have changed your mind. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did anyone make you change your mind?
No.
Very well. So what are you wanting to do now, Mr. Duarte Borrego?
He wants to talk to Mr. Gallegos.
Okay. Are you willing to waive your right to an attorney today?
Está diciendo que quiere renunciar a un abogado
Sí.
por estrella. Yes.
Is anyone making you or forcing you to waive your right to an attorney?
No.
Is anyone promising you anything in exchange for waiving your right to an attorney?
No, algo a cambio de que renunciar a tener un
No.
abogado. No.
Very well. Court finds you have knowingly and voluntarily waived your right to an attorney.
Sabiendo lo que está haciendo, renunció a tener un abogado por ahora.
And will remind you that you have the right to change your mind and request an attorney at any time.
Y les recuerdo que si quiero cambiar de idea y tener un abogado, entonces lo que necesita que hacer es avisar.
La firma aquí.
I will pause the record.
Esa firma
Sí,
aquí.
la firma.
Y marca uno del corresponde.
Y eso es inglés, no entiendo nada.
No, pero esto es más que renunció a tener una abogado. Que le bien para que
May I put your arm?
And Mr. Laura, you'll be next after I finish with this, defendant.
Déjame 35 minutos.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you.
Estoy seguro de que no lo encontraban en ese momento. Por eso fue la señora.
Este nada más es por un mes.
Sí, yo las tengo todas aquí, mira. Yo tengo hasta la vigente todavía. Pero tengo todas.
¿Tú nada más compras seguridad por un mes cada vez?
Sí. Todos los meses la pago. Es lo que me da ¿cómo se llama esto? Seguro.
Yo le voy a decir de que si esto sucede otra vez,
Sí.
yo quiero seguridad por 6 meses.
¿Y cómo se hace para vivir encima ahí? Porque no.
Y usted puede pagar por 6 meses. Puede hacer uno de los 6 meses. Cada mes, si te olvida de pagar y estás en un accidente, más bien te perjudica a usted y también a los demás que están manejando.
Entonces, cada mínimo 6 meses.
Es lo que yo
Find out who our next gentleman is. and I'll
Si estás aquí otra vez, por
First
estas cosas,
Thompson is.
Ok.
All right, telephone number 620
Sí, yo creo que voy a ser.
927 please identify yourself.
si usted tiene, $200 con usted,
No,
no,
ahora
¿cuánto tiene?
no, nada.
Que si yo hago una fecha, vas a pagar el costo del tribunal es $108, un diversion fee de $100 y yo retiro el caso.
O sea, ¿cómo hago el tribunal? Sí, 108.
Y un diversion fee de $100 yo retiro el caso.
Ok, vamos a salir.
Voy a poner para el mes que entra, pero si lo pagas mañana o hoy,
No, hoy no podría ser posible. Yo mañana pasado igual.
si lo pagas antes de esa fecha,
Ok.
no la fecha del día de la fecha,
No,
antes,
sí.
retiro el caso.
Ok.
Ahora,
You're back on the record in 24 TR1.
we're gonna need about a 4-day, Your Honor.
How far out?
Next month is fine. If there's a date that was from before.
I mapped out June 25th, 2024. Does that work for you?
That'll work, Your Honor.
And we have everything in the morning up to 11:30. We do not have the afternoon, 9 a.m. work. Or do you want to go 9?
Yeah, that works, Your Honor. June 24th.
25, I think.
Good.
Let me double check.
That is the 25th.
Okay.
At 9 a.m.
Yes. All right, Mr. Duarte Borrego, the county attorney says you need some more time to work on your case.
Fiscal, porque usted necesita más tiempo para poder pagar esto que tiene, está limitarse de los costos de corte.
I've set a second appearance for June 25, 2024
Y él puso otra fecha para el 25 de este año
at 9 a.m.
a las 9 de la mañana.
You need to appear at that date and time unless your case is resolved.
Y usted necesita presentarse ese día, a menos que su caso ya esté resuelto.
and it is your responsibility to know that it is resolved.
Es su responsabilidad saber que el caso se resolvió.
If you are unsure, come to court on that day.
Si no está seguro si se resolvió el caso, preséntese por favor.
You have any questions, sir?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
Very well. Mr. Gagus, do you have anything further to report?
No, Your Honor.
If nothing further, we are adjourned until June 25, 2024 at 9 a.m. Thank you for your appearance.
Esto es por, bueno, ahora es personal para eso y han cumplido su dieta, el caso de pero según este comunicado, según yo, hay un estado de todo, saben de 8 a 12 y de
We need an interpreter for the gentleman agreement.
Yes.
Ms. Chavez, I'm gonna handle Mr. Laura on Zoom. I believe that gentleman is the first one will be your assistant.
Sí, pero vas a mi oficina o lo mandas a mi oficina. En P.O. Box. Okay.
Muchas gracias.
Okay. Si vienes en persona,
Sí,
se lo mandas por correo,
No, voy a empezar.
ponga su número de caso que es. Déjame ver. Su número de caso. Me acuerdo,
Okay. Thank you.
Es importante que el dinero de caso con el dinero para.
Ya yo.
Si llega la fecha y no lo has hecho, ya no hay.
Ok, sí,
Thank you, sir.
Gracias.
muchas gracias también. Gracias.
All right, Mr. Laura, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. This is May 21st, 2024. Kearny County District Court. This is District Court Case 2024 CR 14, State of Kansas versus Manuel Arturo Laura Magallanes, or Magallanes, sorry.
Your case, Your Honor.
Sir, you are here today or appearing today on a one-count complaint filed by the Kearny County Attorney's Office. Count 1 is disorderly conduct in violation of Kansas Statute 21-6203, paragraphs A, 1, and B. That is a Class C non-person misdemeanor. A person convicted of a Class C non-person misdemeanor could receive a fine of not more than $500 and a jail sentence of not more than 30 days in the Kearny County Jail. And I say not more than, those are the maximum allowable penalties. They are not necessarily the penalties that would be imposed for a conviction. That is based primarily on prior history and other factors. Do you understand the charge and the potential penalty?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have read statement of rights to enough criminal defendants today. Were you present on Zoom when I went over those?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and I will go over them with you. This statement is intended to inform you of your rights as a defendant. This is not an exhaustive list of every right you possess, and it's not intended to be. You have the right to a formal reading of each of the charges against you, as well as a reading of the potential consequences in the event of conviction. You have the right to a speedy and public trial. You are innocent until the state has proven your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to prove your innocence. You have the right to have an attorney represent you at every stage of the proceeding. If you cannot afford an attorney, the court may appoint one for you. If you waive your right to an attorney, he may be asserted at any time. You have the right to confront and cross-examine the witnesses of the state. You may also present witnesses of your own and compel their attendance if necessary. You have the right to remain silent with the power to decline or refuse to make any verbal or written statement to the prosecution. You have the right to testify, but only if you choose to do so. I will read special considerations for non-citizens. I don't know if this applies to your situation. I read it for everyone. Conviction of a crime can adversely affect the immigration status of any individual who is not an American citizen. This applies to all convictions, including most traffic offenses. Receiving a diversion can constitute a conviction for immigration purposes. Adverse effects to your immigration status may be significant. These include the potential revocation of your immigration status and or the ordering of your deportation. Because of the potentially severe consequences resulting from a conviction, you are entitled to an opportunity to discuss the potential impacts of a conviction with an immigration attorney. Wishing to discuss the potential consequences of a conviction with an immigration attorney does not constitute an exercise of your right to counsel. You are not entitled to the appointment of an attorney solely to address potential immigration issues. Mr. Lord, did you hear and understand each of those rights as I read them to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Do you have any questions about anything I've gone over regarding your rights?
No, sir.
Sir, you have options today regarding representation. Your first option is you may hire an attorney of your choosing. If that's what you want to do, let me know and the court will give you a future date to give you time to make those arrangements. You have the option to request court-appointed counsel. That's the option available to you if you would like an attorney but don't feel like you can afford one. In order to qualify for a court-appointed attorney, you must fill out an application and a financial affidavit. You must meet certain financial guidelines to qualify for court-appointed counsel. If you receive court-appointed counsel and are later convicted of anything regarding this case, you may be required to reimburse some or all of the attorney's fees. Finally, you have the right to waive your right to an attorney today. That gives you the option to discuss your case directly with the state's prosecutor, Mr. Gallegos. If you waive your right to an attorney and decide later that you change your mind and want an attorney, all you have to do is let the court know you still retain the right to have an attorney if you change your mind and want one. How do you wish to proceed today, Mr. Laura?
I'd like to waive my rights and speak with Mr. Gallegos.
Is anyone forcing you or making you waive your right to an attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Is anyone promising you to get you to waive your right to an attorney? Promising you anything to get you to waive your right to an attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. The court finds that you have knowingly and voluntarily waived your right to an attorney. And I will remind you, if you change your mind, let the court know and we will address the attorney issue again.
Yes, sir.
I am pausing the record, Mr. Gallegos, if you wish to discuss anything with this individual.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mike Luera Marinas, was the attorney Gallegos.
Would you like a breakout room?
It's fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm offering that you plead guilty to the only count of disorderly conduct. There'll be a 30-day jail sentence, but it will be suspended, okay? That means you won't go to jail for the 30 days, so long as you don't violate the law within 120 days and you have everything paid within 120 days. The fine for disorderly conduct is 100 or up to $100, but I'm only gonna ask for $100, and you'll have to pay $158 court costs. So it's a total of $258 that you have to pay in 120 days. Are you okay with that?
Yes, Mr. Gallegos.
Okay, Your Honor, we're ready.
Mr. Gallegos, sorry to interrupt. I did pay the bond when I failed to appear last court appearance. I had the wrong date, so I did pay the bond to get out. I didn't know if those funds would be able to pay for this, or would that be separate?
We can address that here in a sec after.
Okay.
But if you're the one that paid it, then, and you're the person that put your name on that bond surety, then you can apply it to it. If not, that money will be then given to the person who signed off on it.
Understandable. Thank you.
Are you ready to go back?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're back on record in Kearny County District Court case 2024 CR 14. Mr. Gallegos, what are we doing with this matter?
Yes, the defendant will plead guilty to count one, Your Honor. There'll be a 30-day jail sentence suspended upon 120 days no law violation and 120 days to pay court costs of $158, a fine of $100, and rights to appeal and expunge, Your Honor.
Mr. Laura, the county attorney has told the court you've entered into an agreement. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Is the agreement that he advised the court the one you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
Is anyone making you enter into this agreement?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or stressors that would make you unable to make good decisions today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And finally, is anyone promising you anything in exchange for entering into this agreement other than just having it be done?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. The court finds that you are knowingly and voluntarily entering into this agreement. Mr. Laura, I would ask as to count one of the complaint, disorderly conduct, how do you wish to plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty, sir.
I'm sorry?
Guilty? Or no
Okay.
contest?
Okay, did you say guilty or no contest?
No contest.
Very well.
I'll do a factual, Your Honor.
Mr. Gallegos, if you would give the court the factual.
If we were to proceed on these charges, Your Honor, the state would show that Mr. Manuel Arturo Rivera Magallanes, that on February 26, 2024, at 1993 Road 130, Macon, Kansas, in Kearny County, Kansas, that Mr. Rivera was loud, apparently attacked an individual victim, last name Bogle. And that he was yelling, jumping, and briefly brawled or fought with the victim. And was and also had verbal altercations with the victim. And this occurred in Kearny County, Kansas, Your Honor.
Mr. Laura, do you object to the factual basis?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Based on the factual basis provided by the county attorney, the court will find you guilty of disorderly conduct. And we will move to the sentencing. Prior to sentencing, Mr. Laura, is there anything that you would like to tell the court regarding what led up to this or anything in mitigation?
No, sir.
Very well. Then the court will sentence you per the agreement. You will be ordered to pay a fine of $100, court costs of $158 for the conviction on the disorderly conduct. In addition, you will be ordered to serve 30 days in the Kearny County Jail. That sentence will be suspended. Suspended means you do not have to serve that time if you complete the remainder of the agreement. The remainder of the agreement is you will have no new law violations for the next 120 days. You will pay all fines and court costs within 120 days. You understand the sentence as I have ordered?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Very well. As a result of this conviction and sentence, you have certain rights to appeal. If you wish to file an appeal, it must be done within writing or in writing within 14 days of today's date. If you have not filed a written appeal with the clerk of the district court within 14 days, you waive your right to appeal. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And finally, you do have the right to seek an expungement of this conviction at a future date. An expungement is a court process that can remove this conviction from your record for certain purposes. The requirements for expungement vary depending on the type of offense being expunged, and information on expungements can be found at the Kansas Judicial Council website. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions regarding anything we have done today, Mr. Laura?
No, I do not, sir.
Again, I guess do you have anything for the court? That was bond to address?
Mr. Loera,
Yes, sir.
are you the one that posted your own bond and signed and paid that money?
No, actually, it was actually the plaintiff, Warren Bogle.
Okay. Well, the
Yeah, yeah.
state will be asking that the bond needs to deliver posted it, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Laura, the court will order that the bond posted be released to the person who posted it. In this case, you say that's Warren Bogle.
Sir.
Very well. Then if we do not already have it, Mr. Bogle can contact the clerk of the court to give an address for return of his money.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gallegos, do you have anything further?
No, Your Honor.
If nothing further, we are adjourned as to this matter. Thank you for your appearances.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Mr. Gallegos.
They're off the record. All right.
I believe we have a bank, taxman.
I'm sorry, well, the telephone number 620-927-0493, please identify yourself.
Yeah, I'm James Paxman. Sorry, my phone wouldn't load Zoom.
Mr. Paxman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Sorry, I'm fighting a flu right now.
All
You
right,
can't hear me. I'm sorry.
you're good. We can hear you for what we need to do today. Let me start something here. All right, Mr. Paxman, you are appearing
Yes, sir.
today on a bond sheet from the Kearny County Sheriff's Office alleging that you were arrested for 1 count of driving under the influence in violation of Kansas Statute 8-1567, 1 count of operating a motor vehicle without a driver's license, 8-235, and 1 count of speeding an infraction, which is 8-1558. And you were ordered to appear in court today. Mr. Gallegos, do you have a record of this case?
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. I'll have it put into our system.
It's my understanding that the bond sheet has been here, but potentially the court has received nothing from your office yet.
I need to find
I
out
did.
if a citation.
You guys called me too.
I'm sorry, Mr. Paxman.
You guys called me asking if I had it too. I never received anything but my bond sheet.
Okay,
Did you receive a citation or
I didn't receive nothing.
do you have a PO box? Or is it just the plum address?
It's PO Box 253, but if it's to the address, it goes right in our mailbox either way.
What's your zip code?
67879.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. Let me put it into our system. We can go off the record, maybe, Ron.
I will pause the record. Give me 1 moment. The record is paused.
Your Honor, I'm not seeing that we received anything from the sheriff's department on this yet.
Very well.
It might have been where either they sent something for KDI or.
Okay.
So.
Well, I know how that works, so we can go back on the record, then, this is what I am proposing. That, we acknowledge Mr. Paxman appeared on his own recognizance bond that was posted. That we sign off with no future date for him to appear until you receive paperwork that can then be submitted to the court. And if it passes muster, a hearing date set at that time.
Yeah, in that case, we most likely issue a summons, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Paxman, did you understand what the county attorney and I were discussing?
I couldn't barely hear you guys. I'm sorry.
All right, well, here's what we're going to do. I'll go back on the record. Your appearance is noted this date as you were advised to do for your bond. The county attorney's office has not yet received paperwork from the Kearny County Sheriff's Office, so no charges are currently pending. So the court will release you from your own recognizance bond that you were released on in April with no future court date. Here's what will happen in the near future. Either the Kearny County Attorney's Office will file some sort of charges with the court, and if the court approves or signs off, we will set you an appearance date for a future date and issue you a summons. If nothing else is filed, or if it doesn't pass muster, you will likely never hear from us again on this. So do you understand where we're going?
That sounds fantastic, guys.
And I can't tell you which one it will be. I'm just telling you what the potential outcomes could be. So thank you for your appearance, Mr. Paxman. You have fulfilled the requirements of your bond. Mr. Gallegos, do you have anything?
Just be aware that if we do file charges, you will be summoned. Rather than arrested, okay, unless we can't summon you. And you fail to appear after we issue summons or try to issue summons and we can't get in touch with you, then it'd be an arrest warrant, but. Just be aware that if the cops show up, they're just gonna show you some papers.
That's fine. I show it to my courts. That's a big thing. Yeah, you can go to jail for quite a while for that crap. I'm trying not to go to jail.
Very well.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
We are off the record. Mr. Paxman, thank you for your appearance. And if we see you again, we will speak then. If not, good luck, sir.
Okay. Yep. You guys enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, we are off the record. Good morning, Mr. Coaksville.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sorry, I'm late. We had some power outage here in our area.
Okay. Miss, I'm gonna get this wrong, Miss Bain, which one is it?
It's pronounced BAME.
Bain.
Uh-huh.
Even though you tell me, I will probably get it wrong next time too. Anyway, she had been on for quite a while. Do you need to speak with her?
Yeah, it would probably be helpful. Mr. Gallegos and I have discussed briefly a plea, and so I could probably talk to her.
Very well. I have a gentleman who's been waiting patiently in the court. So if you guys want a breakout room to discuss what you need to discuss, I will handle him and take up your case when we're done. Does that work?
There you go.
I guess it works. You want to come forward, sir?
What's your name?
What case number is it?
This is 24TR84. Second appearance, there's a possibility to
Luis Valles. Valles.
Those two comments.
This is May 21st, 2024, Kearny County District Court. District Court Case 2024 TR84. State of Kansas versus Luis Valles. Mr. Valles, were you present in the court when I went over the rights to another criminal and traffic defendant?
Ahorita o sí. No, pero es mi segunda vez.
This is the second time.
Oh, this is the second appearance? Yes. It's on file, so this is set for a second appearance. I'm sorry. Very well. You were here previously and spoke to the county attorney and we needed a new date. Is that correct?
Usted estuvo aquí anteriormente y habló con el fiscal y llegaron a una nueva fecha. ¿Es eso correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, the court's caught up now, so. There he goes. Apparently you had some agreement with Mr. Valles.
Yeah, and I don't think he fulfilled his term. Yeah, off the record real quick, Your Honor.
Pausing the record now.
¿Gustes? Ok. Lo que voy a hacer es declararme culpable de no tener licencia para ver una sentencia de 30 días de cárcel, 60 días de cárcel, a 120 días de no violar la ley, 120 días de pagar la multa, de 108 del tribunal y 300 dólares del costo de la multa. Y yo retiro el de manejar la acción. ¿Estás de acuerdo? Mientras que lo pagas dentro de 120 días, está bien. Si quieres hacer pagos aquí, puedes darles 10 dólares, 20 dólares y 100 dólares hasta que lo pagas, pero lo necesitas pagar aquí con el tribunal. Aquí. Okay.
We're back on the record in 2024 TR84. Mr. Gallegos, what are we doing with this case?
Your Honor, the defendant is going to be pleading guilty to count 1, no valid driver's license. State will be dismissing the second count of speeding. There'll be a 60-day jail sentence suspended for 120 days no law violations and 120 days of paying court cost of 108 and a fine of $30. So I just do the plunge and appeal.
But the county attorney says you reached an agreement, is that correct?
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to enter into this agreement?
No,
Are you entering into this agreement today because you think this is a good deal for you?
yes,
And finally, are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or stressors that would make you unable to make good decisions today?
no,
Very well. The court finds that you are knowingly, voluntarily, and competently entering into the agreement. And I will ask, sir, as to count one, no driver's license, how do you wish to plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
De lo de la muchacha. Culpable.
Guilty.
Very well. Mr. Valles, were you stopped by a Kearny County Sheriff's Officer on or about March 5th of 2024?
Marzo 5 de este año te detuvo un alguacil de la policía de Kearny. Yes.
Were you driving a Dodge passenger car?
Estaba manejando un Dodge de pasajero. Yes.
And at the time you were driving this car, did you have a valid driver's license?
En ese momento, yo estaba manejando, tenías una licencia de manejar. No.
And finally, did this traffic stop occur in Kearny County, Kansas, near the Hamilton County line?
Esto sucedió entre la línea de Hamilton County y Kearny County, pero más para Kearny County. Yes.
Thank you. And the court finds factual basis for the charge and finds you guilty of no driver's license. Is there anything you would like to say to the court prior to sentencing?
No.
No.
Very well. The court will sentence you per the agreement. Be fined $300 for no driver's license. Ordered to pay $108 for costs. You'll be sentenced to 60 days in the Kearny County Jail, suspended. Suspended means you do not have to serve the jail time if you complete the remainder of the agreement.
Suspendidos quiere decir que no vas a pagar ni vida de cárcel siempre que no vuelves a todas las reglas para el acuerdo al que llegar.
The remainder of the agreement is you have no new law violations for 120 days.
Las reglas que tienes para llegar a los acuerdos que tengas a violar la ley en un periodo de 120 días.
And you pay all fines and court costs within 120 days.
Y que tengas pagado tu multa y tus costos de corte en esos 120 días.
Mr. Gallegos, your recommendation at count two?
The state will dismiss count 2, Your Honor.
Very well. Count two is dismissed.
El estado exceso de velocidad que el cargo número 2.
Mr. Valles, you have the right to appeal this conviction and sentence.
Tú tienes el derecho a hacer apelación a esta convicción y a la sentencia.
If you wish to do so, you must file your appeal in writing.
Si quieres hacer apelación, necesitas hacerlo por escrito.
And you must file your appeal with the Kearny County District Court clerk within 14 days.
Y necesitas hacerlo al frente de las señoras que trabajan para la corte dentro de 14 días.
If you do not appeal within 14 days, you waive your right to appeal.
Si no haces esa apelación dentro de 14 días, tienes el derecho a apelación.
Finally, you have the right to seek an expungement of this conviction at a future date.
Finalmente, en un futuro, tienes el derecho de sellar el récord para que no sabes esta convicción del récord.
Expungement is a court process that can remove this conviction from your record for certain purposes.
Se sellar tu récord quiere decir que no se vuelve a sellar en tu récord que ya hubo esa convicción.
Requirements for expungements vary depending on the type of offense being expunged.
Cuando sellar tu récord depende en la clase de delito del que te encuentras culpable.
Information on expungements can be found at the Kansas Judicial Council website.
Y puedes encontrar toda la información para poder sellar tu récord en la página web de las fianzas legal judicial.
You understand everything that we've discussed today.
¿Entendiste todo? Pues, ¿habló aquí?
Lo que tengo que escribir, lo de 14 días.
He get behind on the 14 days in the appeal.
I'm sorry.
He get behind on the 14 days about the appeal.
He's asking what that is, or if you feel like something wasn't correct in your plea or your sentence, you can ask the court to revisit it.
Si tú no te sientes que está correcto lo que hicieron con tu caso acerca de la convicción, acerca de la sentencia, tú tienes el derecho a pedir que revisen tu caso otra vez.
That is called an appeal,
Eso es lo que se llama una apelación.
and you have 14 days from today's date to exercise your right of appeal.
Nada más tienes 14 días empezando de ahora para poder hacer esa apelación delante de la corte con las señoras que trabajan ahí por escrito.
Does that answer your question?
Eso lo explicamos.
Yes.
Bien.
Sí, sí.
Do you have any further questions, sir?
¿Tienes alguna otra pregunta? No.
Mr. Garrett, do you have anything further?
No,
Do you have a bond in this?
If there is, we're asking that that bond be released to whoever posted it, Your Honor. ¿Usted no te arrestaron o no?
No.
We're asking that, I think it was an OR bond, Your Honor.
Okay. Very well. If a bond was posted, it will be released to the person who posted it.
They've given the details and it's getting posted.
Very well, thank you. If nothing further, we are adjourned after this matter. Thank you for your appearances. All right, thank you.
Entonces, a pagar 220, los 400.
Son 400.
Sí,
Sí, ahí en la puerta que está abierta, en el pasillo, ahí donde salió ella, ahí hace los pagos, tiene 120 días para pagar.
ahorita quiero dar los $100.
No puede abrir para.
Ahorita no se puede todavía porque tiene que procesar el papeleo para que los puedan aceptar con dinero.
Ah, ok, entonces, 8 días.
Empezando mañana o puedes empezar a pagar. Este es el sitio de internet en donde si quieres usar su tarjeta de crédito, lo puedes hacer por este sitio. Este es el condado, este es su número de caso y estos son los.
Gracias.
All right, good morning again, Mr. Kosel.
Are you muted, Mr. Kosel?
Good morning.
All right, we're on the record in Kearny County District Court on May 21st, 2024. This is Kearny County District Court case. Let me get to the right screen. 2024 TR 22, State of Kansas versus Alexis Bain. Council state their appearances for the record.
May I please the court, Attorney Lloyd Edwards for the state of Kansas.
May it please the court, Your Honor, the defendant appears via Zoom and by and through her counsel, Scott Coxel via Zoom.
Thank you. Prior to going on the record, it was discussed that there was some possibility of some movement in this case. Mr. Gallegos, would you like to tell the court what we're doing today?
Or is everything golden, Mr. Coxel?
Yes, I think from what you sent me this morning, Eloy, a plea to the DUI, dismiss the other ones, and your sentencing terms, we have a deal. My client would like a little flexibility in scheduling the anticipated 5 days.
Does she have a date certain right now on when she'd like to go in?
Yeah, she told me not this week, but next week. And I'll let Alexis give you an idea if that'll work.
I was looking at my calendar and I think the 28th, next Tuesday.
At what time will you be checking in?
By noon, will that work?
That means you're gonna get out at noon 5 days later, so.
Oh no, okay, I'm gonna go in the morning. I'm gonna go at like 9.
Okay. All right, with that, Your Honor, I do believe we have an agreement. The state or the defendant will be pleading guilty to DUI second, a class A misdemeanor. There'll be a 1 year underline, 5 days mandatory consecutive jail to be served. She said June, May 28th at 9 a.m. There'll be, after her release, she'll be placed on probation with court services for 12 months. She'll have 48 hours to contact, report to probation. There'll be a fine of $1,250, of which of those $1,250, $250 goes to, I believe, the drug abuse fund or something. It'll be in the journal entry. Court cost of $108, probation fee of $60. I do not believe anything was sent to the KBI. But let me just make sure. Yep, and I believe that is. Well, she'll have to do an ADSAP during probation and comply with all its recommendations as well as all the recommendations of probation, Your Honor. Standard terms of probation. Fines and fees to be paid within the term of probation.
And further, Mr. Gallegos?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Coxel, is that your understanding of the agreement?
It is, Your Honor. I maybe I was taking my notes and didn't hear, but there'll be a required ADSAP and follow the recommendations.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if I heard you say that. Other than that, that was all that I thought I missed.
Very well. Ms. Bain, are you having any trouble hearing or understanding me? You're muted.
Sorry. No, I heard him.
All right. Have you heard what the county attorney and your attorney have discussed regarding this agreement? Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Bain, you have the right to personally appear in Kearny County District Court for this type of hearing. I will allow you the option to appear via Zoom. Are you waiving your right to appear personally for this hearing?
Yes.
All right, and do you understand that sometimes when you're present in court, you can hear better and it's a little easier to follow, and you're still willing to waive that right for personal appearance for today?
Yes.
Okay. Not trying to confuse you, I just want to make sure that you know you do have that right to be here. So with the, I've covered, that you heard the agreement. Are you still willing to proceed with that agreement?
Yes.
You've had ample time to discuss this agreement with your attorney?
Yeah.
And are you entering into this agreement because you think it has some benefit to you?
Kind of.
Is this agreement a better deal for you than not entering into this agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or any stressors that would make you unable to make good decisions today?
No.
All right, and you're still wanting to go through with this agreement?
Yes.
And one thing, it doesn't happen often, but you are aware that in a negotiated agreement, the court is not bound by the sentence recommendations of the parties. And the court can impose any sentence that that is lawful. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And you're still wanting to proceed?
Yes.
Very well, then I will find that you are knowingly, competently, and voluntarily entering into this agreement. And I will ask you, Ms. Bain, as to count 1 of the complaint, driving under the influence. Second, conviction in violation of Kansas statute 8-1567, paragraphs A1, B1, and BC, a class A non-person misdemeanor. How do you wish to plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty or no contest?
No contest is what we talked
No,
about.
yeah. Okay, yeah, no contest. Sorry, I
And
forgot.
make it a statement of your plea, not a question. How's that? Is it guilty or no contest?
No contest.
Very well. No contest plea is noted. Mr. Gallegos, do you wish to provide a factual or shall I inquire?
I can provide a factual, Your Honor. If we were to proceed to trial, that the state would show that in Kearny County, Kansas, on or about K-25 Highway 25, Kearny County, Kansas, that the defendant Alexis Che but Bain was stopped or was found to be stopped after a collision and subsequently alcohol was detected after numerous tests. They filled a preliminary breath test in which she
I don't believe they gave an amount, Eloy, on the preliminary, on the intoxilizer. It was 0.204, I think.
Or subsequently, after the tests were given, she was arrested and then she was provided a DC-70 and consent forms. She later on did give a breath sample with the intoxilizer and she blew 0.203 grams of alcohol per 210 liters of breath. And that happened in Kearny County, Kansas, Your Honor.
Mr. Coxell, do you have any objection to the factual basis as provided?
Your Honor, we believe that could be proven at trial by the state, so no objection.
Very well. And based on the county attorney's proffer, no objection from the defense, the court will accept the no contest plea. Ms. Bain, the court finds you guilty of driving under the influence, a second offense, and we are ready to proceed to sentencing.
Oh, Your Honor, and we also would show that Mrs. Bain has had a prior diversion out of Scott County, Kansas for DUI, which would make this the second.
Very well. So noted. Thank you. Are we ready to proceed to sentencing then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel,
Yes,
ready?
we are, Your Honor.
Very good. Ms. Bame, the court will sentence you per the agreement. That means that you will be ordered to pay a fine of $1,250, which is the statutory minimum fine for a second DUI. That fine will be dispersed how it's required to be in the statute, where the monies go. That would be the journal entry. The order to pay court costs in the amount of $108. That's also by statute. You'll be ordered to pay $60 probation fees. In addition, you will receive an underlying jail sentence of 1 year in the Kearny County Jail, of which you must serve 5 consecutive days per statute. Those days, as negotiated, are from 5/28 or May 28, 2024 at 9 a.m. Central Time until 5 days has been served. If my calculations are correct, would that be June 2nd at 9 a.m.? Or
She turned herself in on the 28th. 1, 2, 3, 4, yes, June 2nd, which would be a Sunday at 9 a.m.
you concur, Mr. Counsel?
Yes.
And I do believe she has 1 day credit.
Very well. Then the sentence will be 5 days consecutive and begin May 28, 2024 at 9 a.m. to be released June 2nd, 2024 at 9 a.m. Those 5 days and 1 prior date will be credited towards the 1 year underlying. In addition, upon release, Ms. Bame, you will have 48 hours, excluding weekends and holidays, to report to 25th Judicial District Probation. I will give you a sheet or have a sheet waiting for you at the jail that gives you the address, phone number, and what you need to know about reporting. As far as the jail sentence goes, upon release after your 5 days, you will be on probation with the standard terms and conditions. You'll be required to complete an ADSAP evaluation and follow the recommendations of that testing. Standard terms of probation basically require you to comply with any and all directives and recommendations of the probation officer. And you will be required to pay all fines, costs, and complete those recommendations and tasks within the probation period. You understand, Ms. Bain? Any questions about that?
No questions.
Mr. Gallegos, is there anything that I failed to cover in this sentencing?
If I remember correctly, Your Honor, you were in jail for 1 day, right, Ms. Bain?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And no, Mr. Coates, you filed a motion to withdraw that bench warrant, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
So there was no such thing. Okay. If there's any bond, Your Honor, that be released to whoever posted it.
Checking my file. While I'm looking, Mr. Coxel, is there anything else? I'll give you the same question. Did I fail to cover anything or cover it accurately in the sentence?
I don't have anything in my notes that you missed, Your Honor.
Very well.
And you gave advisor rights to appeal.
We haven't gotten that far yet. It looks like it was a corporate surety bond that was posted. So there would be no bond release on that. Prior to getting into the post sentencing, Mr. Gallegos, do you have any recommendations regarding the other charges pending?
The state dismisses counts 2 and 3, Your Honor, with prejudice.
Where counts 2 and 3 are dismissed per the agreement. Now that we've completed sentencing, Ms. Bain, as a result of this conviction and sentence, you have or may have certain rights to appeal. If you wish to appeal the applicable portions of the conviction or sentence, you must do so in writing And that appeal must be filed with the clerk of the district court within 14 days. If you have not filed a written appeal within 14 days, you've waived your right to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
You have a right to seek an expungement of this conviction from your record. An expungement is a court process that can remove this conviction from your permanent record for certain purposes. Expungement requirements vary depending on the type of charge being expunged and the time period for which after which it had occurred. That varies depending on the charge. Information on expungements can be found at the Kansas Judicial Council website. Do you understand your right to expunge?
Yes.
Do you have any questions of the court regarding what has gone on today, specifically your sentence?
No.
Very well. Mr. Gallegos, is there anything else we need to discuss?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Koksel, do you have anything?
Don't believe so.
If nothing further, we are adjourned as to this matter. McBain, the jail will be notified of your arrival on May 28th at 9 a.m. If nothing further, we are adjourned. Thank you for your appearances.
Thank you.
We are off the record. Mr. Floyd, welcome. Thank you.
Here twice in one,
In a week's time.
in a week's time.
You here with Monica Esparza Gonzalez? Yes, sir. Do you need some time to speak or we're ready to go?
Yeah, let's do it, just cause I don't know if you could see my visiting student, I got like infected and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know how to talk and I'm trying to get it pulled out, just I'm in pain. Okay. Like, and I'm just trying to get it, I'm like, you can see where it's slower. Yeah, and it hurts so bad. Yeah, like my daughter had a cavity and then it was like. And yeah, it ended up like getting bigger, so we got it. And they're trying to pull it out here, so it like now I have all of
That's right.
Yeah.
Lots of antibiotics.
Yeah, I do, but I'm like, I'm just ready to take it pull out because it hurts so bad.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Looking forward whenever you're ready. Morning, this is May 21st, 2024, Kearny County District Court. This is case 2023 CR 30. State of Kansas versus Monica and Alejandra Esparza Gonzalez. Did I get the middle name right? It's cut off. Okay. Council state their appearances for the record.
May it please the court, Attorney Roy Harris for the state of Kansas.
Please the court, Glenda B. Floyd on behalf of Mrs. Esparza, please present person judge.
Thank you. What are we doing today, gentlemen?
We've got a plea agreement that we've reached and we can either announce it or I think there was a journal entry that I prepared with just the missing 5 days and I can.
Did you send that to me?
No, we were waiting on the 5 days to upload that to you for approval. So however we want to do the judge, we can either do it on the record and.
I am never opposed to handling it by journal entry. No. I will leave that up to you, but journal entry is fine if we just need to work out.
What we'll do is we will just state what it is on the record and just get a journal entry to you.
Yes, so we very perfect. Yeah, but more or less, like I said, it's drafted. Just Mrs. Esparza have been working on 5 days and due to a tooth infection now, we need to push it back just a little bit.
Okay. Well, a couple of questions. Ma'am, have you had time to speak with your attorney regarding this?
Yes.
Okay, and you're in agreement with everything your attorney is recommending
Yes.
Okay. And are you okay with working out some of the nuts and bolts with handling this via a journal entry rather than me going through the long spiel like you just heard?
Yes.
Very well. What kind of a sentence and what kind of dates are we looking for?
So it's a 1-year jail sentence, all time suspended except for 5 days, so we're looking for 5 days. This tooth issue.
There's 12-month probation with court services. With early release of all fines and court costs are paid and no violations and driven alcohol failures from the city. So court costs of
So.
108. Actually, it wouldn't be 108, it would be. Actually, it would be 108. A fine for driving while suspended of $100 and fine for the number of convictions of $300. So the remaining counts will be dismissed with per agreement. Attorney fees as vouched. Probation fee of $60. And that is the gist of the agreement, Ron.
Very well. Did you talk about early release?
Yep, early release,
At 6 months if she's compliant.
no earlier than 6 months if she's paid everything and complied and had no violations. And at the discretion of the CSO.
Agree. My client would like to turn herself in on June 7th at 8 AM. It's a Friday. Give her some time to work through this tooth issue.
Okay. Count the days here.
I think she'd be released on the 12th at 8 AM. If I'm counting right.
Confirm, Mr. Gallegos.
On June 7th, you said?
June 7th, go in at 8 AM, be released on June 12th at 8 AM. I did the math.
Yeah, that looks correct.
Very well, and that's what the court will order. And anything further, I know you've announced and you've added anything further we discussed regarding the sentence. Ma'am, you heard that there's kind of been discussion going on. Were you following that?
Yeah.
And do you understand? Do you have any questions about anything?
I understand. I don't have any questions.
Very well. I will have a sheet for you when you report to jail that will give you the information on who to call, where to report. And it's a common practice for this court to have you report to activate your probation within 48 hours of your release from serving your sentence. You will not be able to do so ahead of time. They require that to be done. I will give you the numbers and address to get that activated. That 48 hours excludes weekends and holidays. Any questions regarding that?
No.
Okay, so it'll look like this and it'll be waiting for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I'll add that, make sure that's in the journal entry too.
Very well. Anything further, Mr. Gallegos?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Floyd, anything further?
No, Judge, you answered the one question I had. Thank you.
All right, if nothing further, we are adjourned as to this matter. Thank you for your appearances.
Thank you.
We are off the record.
Something
Okay.
happens with that too. I think it gets worse. And this can't be possible. Give me a heads up. Text me, call me so then I can talk to him. Judge, and we can move that around.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. That's great. Thank you guys so much. Bye. Bye.
Travel safe.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye, thank you.
It might be in the morning if I don't get back from the garden in time. Okay. So I said I haven't anybody except for that 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Was he the was she last one for you?
No, we have several to go through
Okay.
who have not appeared, and I don't know.
Teresa wants to, maybe she's gonna substitute. I'm not gonna
I'm
substitute.
gonna give you the opportunity to object to the warrants. Yes. Yeah, Ms. Chavez, I think I think we have this afternoon is a gentleman that I know speaks English because he speaks too much. How about Maria Gonzalez, Mr. Gallegos? Do we need an interpreter for that?
No.
Okay. Thank you for being here again. You're welcome to stay and hang out with us, but I know you'd rather leave, so would I. You want to substitute for somebody that's not here and end up in jail? Maybe. When's the last time you had a hungry man dinner? Yeah. If they'll put us up at the Holiday Inn, maybe we'll check. Thank you, Ms. Chavez.
They have good popcorn.
Your popcorn in jail?
Oh, yeah.
You go down and steal it or?
They don't, yeah, they can bring some up to us. These days.
You just need to say and trap, so. Yeah, they just want you to come down. There's a wants and wants out there.
Oh, man. This girl's brother didn't show up, Marcus Esparza,
Oh, he didn't show.
so I'll be asking for another bench warrant for him around there.
What a guy. Let me get to the right. Yes. What did I have? What a guy. Did I have both of them today?
Yep, you had Marcus at 9:30, he didn't show. I don't wanna say that in front of the sister.
They aren't talking much lately. I've got an issue and it's not a big one because I have. There we go, okay, I moved Marcos's case, not Monica's, so that's why. Okay, I guess we need to deal with that. I object. No, I do too, we all do. We have 7 that we need to deal with, Mr. Gallegos.
Can you give me 2 minutes, Your Honor? I'm gonna run downstairs, but I need to give something to someone that's long awaited.
Okay,
What's that?
a couple of these will be easy because I think you've got.
Are you sure you?
Bad juju.
Bad juju.
Rita and I just take care of this because it goes so much smoother.
Go for it.
That's a compliment, actually.
Can you finish up with a? Don't take that part.
I'll go over with you. It's the same with my career. Do you guys have anything from Mr. Holmes, the contact that I don't have?
We do not.
Okay. Chuan Tong, you said.
He was a diversion agreement,
So I'll move him off.
so we do have that in your office, but we're just waiting, we received one full check for all the. So that will wait till the treasurer's office sends you guys that check, so. But that's in your office.
Okay. And yellow and Ojos Aerolíneas. 24 TR 136.
Say that again? I'm just kidding.
Not the same way twice, I guarantee you. That's the one, we
We
got an
just
entry of appearance this morning.
So that's gonna, Mr. Rockwell entered his appearance and he's supposed to go ahead and. File an order of continuance to 7/2/24 at 9 AM.
7/2, we did talk about that one, now that I think about it. We get to my right. Getting myself disorganized. Okay, so we have to do Eli Holmes, Gabriel Blay,
He was a no-show,
and.
but he does have another court date.
We're going to move him to next week. 'Cause we've
28th.
already got,
Yeah, so this day was on the bond sheet,
right,
and I believe the 28th is on the citation.
so he's got a freebie.
So we're going with the citation date of 5/28/24, 9 AM.
24 TR 72 Mauricio Avila.
He is a diversion agreement that was turned in this morning, so he is good.
We've spoken of him, but it's official now.
It's official. It's signed.
Marcos.
He was
deal
a-
with when we get
Yes, he
people
was
back.
a no-show, so he was gonna do that.
It switched by Marcos. Schedule.
Huh? But it's windy. Yeah, Kansas windy.
Very well. We have whittled it down to 2.
And it looks, you guys talked about Ms. Gonzalez Maria Carmen, she's actually at 115. So
Yep.
we are still.
I've got her at 115. I've got Eli Holmes at 9. I did receive his unsigned request for counsel that I intended to question him about.
I still see that we have a warrant for him.
He bonded.
He bonded.
I've got a bond sheet.
What's his bonds?
Uh,
Sheet say.
Let me. Bench warrant. 2 warrant turn. Bond, he posted a bond in Saline County.
Eli Holmes.
$1,500 bond. And what their bond sheets different from what I'm used to. I can't really tell you what kind of a bond it is. BK bonding. Bond. So. How do we want to deal with Mr. Holmes?
Well, we gave him a $1,500 bond. He appeared on 4/30.
Like I said, I received last week or prior to today's date, it was actually over, it might have been before I left. The request for one council. And I'm hesitant to go ahead and appoint it. There's no signature on it. I was gonna ask him if he's the one that filled it out, to go through all the rigmarole before I appoint.
I said we give another bond, bench warrant on there, I mean, that's something.
Is that what you're asking
That's what I'm asking for.
for? Do you have a bond recommendation?
Well, last time was 1,500 and we still didn't show, so, let's make it, 2,500 this time.
I'm game. Very well, in Kearny County District Court case 2022 TR 100, State of Kansas versus Eli Holmes, due to defendant's failure to appear after proper notice, bench warrant will issue $2,500 cash and corporate surety bond. Into screen. Yeah, all right, in Kearny County District Court case 2023 TR 391, State of Kansas versus Marcos Alonso Esparza Gonzalez. And I'm showing he was here on the 9th of April. We recalled a bench warrant and set his diversion status hearing for today at 9:30.
The state will be asking that his bench warrant be reinstated, Your Honor.
1 second, finding on my sheet. Very well, based on failure to appear, today's matter after proper notice. Bench warrant will issue with a $1,500 cash corporate surety bond. And I'm doing that since your recommendation with a $1,500 cash corporate surety bond, and I assume that based on you said you want to reinstate it, it's the same condition.
And he was here on 4/9/2024 in person, knew of this date.
And we recalled that warrant because of it, so we'll just read. Well, it's gonna be a different new warrant, new and improved. That takes care of that one. And now all I have are the 115 and the 130,
Who's your 130?
that were,
Oh, we do have that order.
That's
Or
tomorrow.
we didn't know which case number it was. Did you figure out which case number is which one on our?
22 CR 54.
I know 5/4, but since we outsourced it, it's not in our system, and I don't know which one it is, so now I have to figure out.
Who are the victims on that?
That's why you don't outsource, keep those jobs at home.
I try, Your Honor.
Try to get by with cheap labor, what did that get you?
You were. Oh, that's what I did ask, why?
It's going to be just the two general entrances, misdemeanors.
That's everyone we got to figure.
Yeah, I already found, Megan, yeah, it was submitted. As of was. And she'll be ready to do that. Martinez.
Inocos.
Yes.
Yes.
He is Ron Gills, remember he.
Oh, Gills, okay. How fast was it going?
Mr.
I think he moved it to July 2nd. And she. That was a bench one.
He was born in 81 and he's 65.
I'll figure out which case was that 54. Well, what it will be is that they let them plants, and we'll have to look at all the data and some of those other ones.
To the same journal entry that you gave me for Miss Bain, right?
Yeah.
On her. So those are the only two I'm missing and the big ones, and it's actually everything else is has been found. Oh, it's okay, that's you have to.
There was 3 of those that we might have to write an assignment. This we may do.
This is really.
Sign it real quick for Mr. Benjamin.
Saw him yesterday at the local building. He said, how are your trees doing? Because he's got trees. So I got one that's in pretty bad shape. You want me to come by and look at it? Said, let's finish our business tomorrow. Didn't do anything. And you know who was with him? Zeke before. Did you know he was back?
No,
Have you heard that story?
no.
Are we muted? It's no biggie. So I drive by
Daryl, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you want me to bring Matt up or are we gonna do it Zoom?
Let's do it Zoom, unless Mr. Koksel was on Zoom earlier. Is that his attorney? Do you know?
As far as I know, it still is, yes.
Okay, Matt said he was. I don't know if that's true, so just put Matt on Zoom, and if we have to, if Koksel shows up and wants him in person, we'll deal with that.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Yeah, we're gonna need how many people showed up here. Right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you Maria Carmen Gonzalez?
Yes, sir.
We're ready to go at about 1:15.
Okay,
This is a diversion status hearing. Are you done with your diversion?
well, I just got this, I've been out of town, my son graduated from college and then from high school. So I've been gone all week over in Hugoton with him,
Okay,
and so I just got this, when I came back, got this, and I didn't realize that I had to pay $550. I've got most of it, but I don't have it all.
before you come up at 1:15, if you want to run down to the county attorney's office, they handle all of that.
Okay,
So, I'm just suggesting you check in with them first,
okay,
and, that might help this go a little faster.
okay,
So, and then we will see you up here at 1:15.
okay, that's downstairs?
Yeah, down, as you go off out, down the stairs, turn to your right, and it's the first office on the right.
Okay,
And it's got a sign right out front,
okay, all right.
and it should be open now, it's after 1.
All right,
I'm not ignoring you, I'm just doing some work.
No, it's-
Frustrated.
No, you're fine.
You're pretty quick, I need to turn on those lights or I'm gonna be ready for a nap.
I hear you.
There we are.
Good, get the lights.
You want, were they gonna bring over word that?
We're going to do, go via Zoom. Unless, I figure if Mr. Cox will appear to me via Zoom.
I haven't seen any entry of appearance. So. Your Honor, was Mrs. Gonzalez, is that correct? Come on up real quick. And we, need another court.
So we do.
Yeah.
Keep a record.
No.
How far out do you need? And this is a question for both of you. I'm asking him how far out we need to let whatever you guys are doing get done, 30, 60, 90.
Well, she said she's gonna get whatever she needs to me by this Thursday or next Thursday.
This Thursday.
So June 25th.
We'll put June 25th, but if it's not here by, I say within 2 weeks, goes off.
Okay, yeah, no, you have my word, it'll be here Thursday.
June 25th, Your
Yeah, 9:30. That work for both parties?
That's fine. Yes, sir.
Now, if you give me everything, then you don't have to be here that day.
Okay, okay.
This is my standard, admonishment. I set your court appearance, next court appearance date for June 25th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. If the case is resolved, you may not need to appear. It's your responsibility to know that your case is resolved or over with. If you're unsure, you need to appear on that date and time, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can write it down on there some pins. Yeah, you got an envelope or a scratch pad. Any questions? Ma'am?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you see anything further from county attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Very well, nothing further. We are adjourned until June 25th. Thank you for your appearances.
Thank you.
And they have to be two separate,
Money orders?
one for the 200, one for the 358.
Okay.
Do you need to write that down?
No, I can remember
Just
that.
just write it down on that.
And when I bring that, do I just make it down the stairs?
My office.
Okay, okay,
Not to where,
Where you
where I
were,
was,
okay.
but the secretary.
okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Have a blessed day.
You too.
May I approach, Your Honor? The Kearny County Jail, if you guys wanna bring or put Mr. Ward on via Zoom, please let us know. We are willing.
You want me to go get him?
Contact us. And Deputy Grubbs, she's aware, so I'm sure.
Did I need to go get Matt now to get on Zoom?
If you like,
Yeah, we have him, I think, for 1:15, don't we?
You have him for 1:30.
I haven't seen no entry of appearance, so.
Okay, yeah, Brenda, if you wanna put him on and. We can.
Okay, I'll go get him.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
We had her at 1:15. Sorry, that's where I got my. Had a brain cramp.
Oh, sorry. That's noisy. Okay, Judge, we're here. Can you hear us? That's all I heard you do, so. Eloy, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're here.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Ward. Are you able to hear and understand me?
I can hear you.
I just asked if you were able to hear and understand me.
Yeah, okay, I am now.
All right, we actually have you scheduled for 1:30, so we're a little bit early. Do you anticipate an appearance by your attorney?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, he was on Zoom earlier today and I forgot to ask him, so as soon as he logs on, we'll be able to get started here.
Okay. Have you guys seen that he entered in his appearance?
Not yet.
Let me double check the file, sir.
You say he hasn't.
Hmm.
You said he hasn't.
No, he hasn't. Yeah.
I'm there.
Yeah.
I do not see an appearance.
Because I've written him and stuff, and he's said he was my attorney last time I talked to him. So, and that was a couple days before I was arrested.
Okay.
ongoing with probation. He
Were
didn't.
you sending a text or? Yeah.
Yes. Assuming. Mr. Ward, I'm assuming you're talking about Mr. Coastal, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I have 123. I've written him a couple of letters and stuff, and he knows what's going on.
I knew you wrote him some letters.
Yeah, he always said he'd be my attorney on this case. So. He'll show up, I would think. Kathy came up and said not to write her any letters anymore. She doesn't like hearing the truth. They must have the volume muted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see Kathy this weekend or anything?
No. I didn't normally leave the house this weekend. I got to stay home and clean.
Yeah. You think he would have entered in his appearance, because that's the first letter I wrote him. I said, hey, enter in your appearance. That's what's going on.
I don't know.
Eli knows I can't stand him because he used to be my attorney with that Mike Thayer thing.
Mm.
And he told me, he goes, now this isn't stalking. So was he Douglas. But he talked me into taking a plea deal on it. Ely because he didn't have the experience. Should have been harassment with Thayer and Timothy. And then Tim and Chuck get away with all my shit that they got and stolen from me over the years.
You all right?
Deputy Grubbs, are you okay?
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it, because it doesn't sound like it.
I just get choked once in a while.
Okay,
I'm okay.
all right.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. Goes down the wrong pipe sometime.
And it's just breathing.
Mm-hmm. Did you quit smoking? Yeah. That's not causing anything.
No, I've cut back.
Yeah. Are you smoking a day 2 packs or?
No, not even half.
Yes, that's what I smoked, about a half pack a day. My glasses, the lens is loose because of that fishing string, they have goes around them. I'm afraid I'm gonna freaking lose them in the toilet. But Kathy won't take a freaking phone call from me, and I need my spare glasses up here. Something must be going on with Scott. I talked to him like 2 days before I got arrested. Told him, I'm probably gonna get arrested. He said, okay, well, I'll take care of it. So I let him know.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kozel.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Kozel, Mr. Matthew Ward is in custody and we're here on a second appearance today for a probation violation in Kearny County District Court case 2022 CR 54. And so, I don't know, you may have gotten some late notice on this. Are you, going to enter an appearance as his attorney?
I will be, Your Honor.
Very well. Are you ready to proceed with the hearing today? Or do you need some time to speak with him? Or how do you want to proceed today?
No, I will need some time. I would like to just set this for a hearing on an admit or deny.
Definitely with you, Your Honor, still.
How far out? How much time do you need to,
This is 54, right? When you
Yes.
say something?
I don't need a whole lot of time, Your Honor. A couple weeks probably at the most.
You said 2022, what, Your Honor?
CR 54? And I am not making a record for the scheduled hearing unless somebody requests it.
No, I'm okay.
I don't need one. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let me, how does June 4th look for everyone? We have a 9 and a 10 o'clock that day, Mr. Gallegos. Does that work for you, Mr. Kozel?
June 4th does, Your Honor.
What time, Your Honor? You want to shoot for?
How long do you think in?
And then I will be it'll either be a 2-minute hearing or it'll be a 15-minute hearing if he admits, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to go 9:30? That puts us between the two, or I can go 10:30 and give us the rest of the morning or block out more time needed.
We can do 9:30, it's all right, or I haven't seen if we have any first appearances, but we can.
I have first appearance at 9 and 1 at 10, and I don't know why they're not together. Oh, because Robert Gale is done a 10 o'clock one, so.
Let's just shoot for 9:30 and we'll work again.
Work for you, Mr. Kozel?
If that's
Yes.
what, if not, we can go 10:30.
9:30 is fine.
9:30?
9:30 works, so we will continue this matter to June 4th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. That should give you time to make some contact, Mr. Kozel, enter your appearance, whatever you need to do. And is there anything else we need to cover today, Mr. Gallegos?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Anything from you, Mr. Kozel?
No, not at this point.
Very well, if nothing further, we are adjourned until June 4th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you for your appearances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the last hearing, right?
Unless you have something I don't have.